Good evening, everyone. This is the October 10th, 2023 Tehachapi Unified School District Governing Board meeting. And Mrs. Amaker, roll call. It's 5:05.
President Kaminsky.
Present.
Vice President Kelly.
Present.
Clerk Wood.
Present.
Trustee Cooper.
Present.
Trustee Sorensen is absent. Trustee Napier.
Here.
Trustee Sweeney is absent. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Present.
And I'm Idalia Amaker.
Thank you, Mrs. Amaker. It's time for the flag salute and moment of silent reflection. It will be led tonight by Kim Goldstein, Learning Director at Jacobson Middle School.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Mrs. Goldstein. Item 2, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Kelly, make the motion. Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Trustee Cooper that the approval of the agenda be made. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Before public comments for closed session, I'd like to thank our student greeters today, and Superintendent Larson Everson, if you could introduce them.
I will. Thank you, Board President Kaminsky. I would like to invite Jacqueline, True, Riley, and Jonah to come on up here by the dais. While they're shaking hands, I want to thank them for coming this evening to be our Capturing Kids' Hearts greeters. They are an inspiration to us, why we implement Capturing Kids' Hearts. Have them stay right there with you, Idalia, so we can present them with their gifts, if you don't mind, Ms. Amaker. So they were here to just model for you some of the strategies and outcomes that we hope to get with our continued implementation of Capturing Kids' Hearts. We want our students to be confident and active participants in every classroom, and we have started this new tradition of inviting students to come and act as greeters to show off the skills that they are developing each and every day. So thank you again to Jacqueline, True, Riley, and Jonah. Thank you for being our greeters today.
Now, item 3, public comments for closed session. And I'll read this disclaimer now before we get to regular public comment. Public comments will be allowed. The board president will recognize any member of the audience wishing to speak on items not on the agenda but directly related to school business. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, the board may limit comments to no more than 3 minutes per person. Public comment will also be allowed on each specific action item prior to board action. The president may allot time to those wishing to speak, but no action will be taken on matters presented, and no discussion of non-agenda items will occur. If appropriate, the president or any member of the board may direct that the matter be referred to the superintendent's office for placement on a future agenda. That said, are there any public comments for closed session? Seeing none, closed session. Item 1, conduct student discipline discussions and hearings under Education Code Section 48900 et sequitur per Education Code 35146 and 48918 subsection C. The Education Code requires closed sessions in these cases to prevent disclosure of confidential student record information. Student case 2023-2000 2024, number 1. Number 2, conduct student discipline discussions relating to expulsion of a pupil, Education Code Section 35146. The Education Code requires closed session in these cases to prevent disclosure of confidential student information until a timely request for open session discussion is received from the pupil. Student case 2023-2024, number 2. And at 5:11, we are adjourned to closed session. Thank you for your patience. We're reconvening into open session at 7:32. And we have report out on student discipline, student case number 2023-2024, number 1. The board voted to expel the student and suspend the expulsion. And the student, the expulsion period is through, what's it? The,
If I might, the comment, the motion that's on there, that's the motion to report out.
okay. And it's a roll call vote. Ms. Amaker.
Can you read the motion?
We
Sorry.
need a motion. It was motioned by President Kaminsky. I'm motioning it now.
Just motion two, what is the motion?
To expel and suspend the implementation of the expulsion.
Kelly, a second.
It was seconded by Trustee Kelly, or Vice President Kelly, and it's a roll call vote.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood. Aye. Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
On the record,
He's
I
recused. He's
recuse
recused.
myself.
Thank you.
And we are, let's see, item number 2, we are moving to later in the meeting. So we are going to go to general function, superintendent update. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Okay, thank you, President Kaminsky. All right, got to wake everybody up, because I think they've been sitting for a long time. So I'm going to expect a lot of active participation this evening in our hoorays. So welcome, everybody. It's good to see everybody this evening. We're going to start off by sharing our hoorays, which, if you're familiar with Capturing Kids' Hearts, that's a little bit of sharing the good. We encourage all of our teachers and staff, when they have a class or a meeting together, that they start off that session of their time together by sharing the good. So let's start with some hoorays. And our first hooray this evening, I'm going to give, and that is, some of you didn't get to meet our Capturing Kids' Hearts greeters that were here earlier this evening, and that was Jacqueline, True, Riley, and Jonah. They are students from Tompkins Elementary, and they did a great job of welcoming people into the boardroom, passing out some of our Capturing Kids' Hearts newsletters, and being very confident, making eye contact, shaking hands, and just demonstrating how to be a good communicator and a good host and hostess. So hooray for Jacqueline, True, Riley, and Jonah. Hooray! All right, you guys are catching on. Good. All right, we'll go on to the next one. And I'm going to invite Mr. Lowe up to the podium to share a hooray for Jacobson Middle School.
Thank you. So this month for JMS, I had that at JMS, we're excited to have recently received notification that we earned the California PBIS Silver Implementation Award. And an evaluator came to our campus last spring to evaluate our positive behavior interventions and supports program and interview randomly selected staff and students regarding aspects of our PBIS program. We were actually shooting for the bronze award, but we've developed our program enough to have gone a little higher and gotten the silver designation. And so we're all very proud of that. It was a cumulative effort, but I do want to say that our social worker, Carrie Colby, really spearheaded this effort and put a lot of work into the process, and I want to say that he did a great job. We'll be receiving a flag later this month to fly on our flagpole at our school, and now we're going to start working toward getting the gold designation. So thank you very much.
Well said, Mr. Lowe. I'd like to invite up Dr. Porter now. She's going to provide us with a hooray for TILA.
Okay, here's our TILA hooray. We had a safety week at TILA that included our life spot drill, but our students got to experience some activities with the firemen. They talked about safety and what to do in a fire, and they were able to go into the fire truck. We actually have quite a few parents at TILA that are firefighters, so it's convenient for safety week. So that is our hooray. We're learning about safety and having fun.
Thank you, Dr. Porter. Next up, our Chief Administrator of Instructional Services, Mrs. Paxton.
Good evening. So the pictures that's posted up on the screen is from third grade camp. Today was our last day of third grade camp. All third graders spent 2 days at Mountain Park investigating the world around us up there, and they were posed with an essential question. They were learning about why some students live in groups and others live alone. So by the end of camp, they were able to answer that and learn a lot more about our environment, the animals that live there, and the plants that grow there. So hooray.
Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Mrs. Bailey will be sharing a hooray from Golden Hills.
All right, our good thing this month is our RTI program and team. Kim Ross is continuing this year with the intervention teacher position, and she is working in collaboration with our learning director, Jennifer Carr, and with the help of two paraprofessionals, Elaine Cribb and Peggy Martin. So the focus of our RTI program is twofold. The first objective is engaging students in goal setting and working on building their self-confidence. And then the second purpose is filling in the gaps in their foundational skills so that they can better access grade level standards. One benefit that we are seeing is that teachers are really feeling supported. Kim really goes out of her way to help them with assessments, make sure they can get all those assessments completed, which is helpful to them as well. And the best good thing about RTI is that our students are really, really excited to attend that program. So they're really thriving in her classroom environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bailey. And now a hooray from Mrs. Libatique.
Good evening. This year, our site is participating in Pump It Up Days for all 4 of our core subjects, and so English was our first one. This is a picture of our teachers doing Pump It Up time. You can't really see it because just why I'm not a photographer, but on the board are all the standards, and then on the TV screen, they're going through areas where, you know, these scores were a little lower, we need to reteach this, and this is where they are in our text. So they had a really productive time, and we're really looking forward to more time together.
Thank you, Ms. Libatique. And now Mrs. Ray, Tompkins Elementary.
Good evening. So our hooray was we had a BMX assembly sponsored by the PTG on Monday the 2nd. The students were really excited to see all the tricks. If you've had this BMX company come out, they're really great. And we learned about bicycle safety, so I really like that. They always talk about bicycle safety and how to get out and get some exercise no matter what it is that you're into. So the staff and the students had a really great time. There was some voluntold people that had to lay on the ground and kind of get bunny hopped over. And the grand finale is when they do a backflip over my head. The students seem to love that, but the kindergartners, you know, put their hands over their eyes because they're afraid for me. So we just want to send a thank you to our PTG president, Mrs. Howard, for organizing this event for us.
Thank you, Mrs. Ray. Mrs. Markison, Cummins Valley.
Good evening. My name is Taylor Marquison, and our hooray is for our new Burst tutors. We have Holly Bittner and Emily Barnes, and they have been a wonderful addition to our team at Cummings Valley Elementary School. All of their actual training from the DO has also been really proven to be highly effective. Holly and Emily go into the actual classrooms every day to provide targeted, repetitive, and individualized support to our Cougars. Although this support is very profound and also beneficial, the hooray here is that both of these ladies seem to really like what they're doing at Cummings Valley and really enjoy that, and they are always have smiles on their faces, and so we're really happy to have them on our team.
We had a lot of hoorays tonight. I want to thank staff for their willingness to share all these good things that are happening on our campuses. So thank you, team. Let's go ahead and move on to the next slide. Just a quick notification about the Great Shakeout. This year's Great Shakeout Day is October 19th, when millions of people worldwide will participate in earthquake drills at work, school, and at home. At 10:19, on that date, 10:19, the drill will take place, and students and staff will practice 3 important steps: dropping to the ground, taking cover, getting under a sturdy desk or a table, and holding on until the shaking stops. So families and staff will be receiving additional information as the date approaches, and we're looking forward to, once again, making sure that we're all prepared for an earthquake with the Great Shakeout. Next slide, please. So sports update, I'd like to say it's quick, but it's not. I have a lot to provide you on this evening. Our fall season Warrior athletes have started their South Yosemite Mountain League season, and many of our teams are primed to contend for league championships again this year. Football is ranked in the top 25 in the entire central section among all divisions and is one of the top 200 teams in the entire state. To put this in perspective, there are just over 1,000 teams that play football in California. So our Tehachapi Warriors, Coach Chris Krempian and his staff are ranked among the very best. Our boys are representing our community with strong play, class, and honor on and off the field. They are heavily involved in the community and give back in many ways, everything from volunteering as servers at the annual Old Timers Picnic at Marks Park to providing guidance, instruction, and photo opportunities to young future warriors. On the field, they recently finished their preseason schedule with an undefeated 6-0 record and have an outstanding start to league play with a record of 2-0, including last Friday night's huge win of 58-19 over East. Volleyball recently won a 24-team tournament in California City, and our tennis team won a tournament in Arvin and the Division IV Bakersfield Lewis Cup. Both teams are ready to defend their league titles from last season. The girls' golf team is also dominating their league mini tournaments in golf courses throughout Kern County. And finally, I want to mention our cross-country runners are also competing in courses all throughout the area as well. I know we just got done with hoorays, but I'm pretty sure I sense the crowd has one more hooray in them, so let's give a big hooray to all of our Warrior athletes. That was the best one yet. Thank you. All right, next slide. Let's talk for a minute just about homecoming. I just mentioned the Warrior varsity football win over East, which was huge, but also a win for it being homecoming and the big game. And it was a great way to put an exclamation point in a positive way on the homecoming events for that day. The photos that you see up on the slide show off the creative floats that students designed and built this year, as well as our marching band and cheer squad. I want to say thank you to the many parents, staff, and community volunteers that gave their time and expertise to support the parade and our students. We know homecoming is a special time for students, and it's an opportunity for students to create treasured memories of their time at Tehachapi High School. I want to move on to the next slide and talk just for a minute about JMS volleyball. The JMS volleyball teams have played 7 games so far this season. The 6th and 7th grade team has a record of 6 wins and 1 loss. The 8th grade team has a record of 4 wins and 3 losses. And the 8th grade team also beat the JMS staff team in an exhibition game in front of the entire student body on September 22nd. Congratulations to our Bulldog athletes. Hooray! Also want to introduce you to our new playground that we have at the Tehachapi Education Center. On Friday, September 30th, a grand opening and ribbon cutting ceremony was held to unveil the new playground that was recently completed at the Tehachapi Education Center. Thank you to President Kaminsky and Trustee Cooper for attending. Also, thank you to Dr. Porter and Mr. Kurt Gilbert and our whole TUSD team for all their work in making this happen for us. The new playground will serve TUSD students in many capacities, students who attend the Tehachapi Independent Learning Academy, which we call TILA, Jacobson Middle School students who participate in our Boys and Girls After School program, and the students from throughout TUSD who attend the TUSD Extended Summer Daycare program each year. So thanks again to our whole team for the hard work that raised this playground from an idea and a concept to reality. I heard another hooray out there. I want to talk for a minute just about capturing kids' hearts. This month's CKH theme is self-direction, and we want to empower our students to think, choose, and act. Being self-directed includes the establishment of goals and then taking the intentional steps to reach those goals. We encourage families and students to actively use their weekly planners and have conversations and discussions that are aimed at setting goals and then identifying the steps that need to be taken to reach those goals. So while this is the theme for this month, we are continuing our district-wide focus on capturing kids' hearts. And what that means strategically for us is that we are greeting students at the door daily. We're inviting students to share good things, just like we do here with the hoorays. We end class sessions with a launch that sends kids off in a positive way, and that we use our social contracts to actively engage students as participants in the classroom. Speaking of CKH, or capturing kids' hearts, I want to have you look at a couple of pictures that are up there of our recent CKH Process Champions training. So connected with CKH on Tuesday, September 26th, a dedicated group of TUSD teachers and administrators gathered for a CKH Process Champions training. I went in the room myself, and the energy was off the charts. The team spent the day focusing in on the key components of capturing kids' hearts and their roles as expert implementers of CKH strategies on their campuses and being mentors to other teachers and staff on their campus. The CKH Process Champions will support implementation at their school sites, model strategies for other team members. They'll work with their school site administrator and overall be a champion for the outstanding implementation of CKH strategies at their school site. So I want to thank all of our TUSD Process Champions for their energy, their enthusiasm, and their hard work. Hooray! All right, now, I think this is probably hooray worthy as well, but it's kind of something typical that we do is we talk about enrollment. So as per usual, the left-hand column, 22-23, you'll see the enrollment listed by school site. And then on the right-hand column is our enrollment for this school year, 23-24. And for some schools, you'll see that the enrollment has gone down, and for other campuses, it has gone up. Overall, district-wide, our current enrollment as of end of week 7 was 4,261 students, which is a difference of 134 students when comparing week 7 of this school year with week 7 of last school year. Hooray. All right, let's move on to attendance. The top line there is 23-24 this school year. You'll see the attendance average listed for each school site, with our district average for week 7 being 93.95%. That's compared with the white line that's right underneath there that is week 7 for the 22-23 school year, where our attendance average was 91.3%. So our year-to-date that we are at currently at the end of week 7 is 95.21%. I'd like to keep that going.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
Mrs. Markison, you've got the top attendance percentage. When my 12 and a half years as a principal, it was always either THS or JMS, and outstanding.
So I will interject a comment here that while we want kids to be in school, we want them to be in school when they're healthy. And when they are not feeling well, we want kids to stay home and get healthy quick so they can come back to school, because we know how important it is for them to be learning in person with as much consistency as possible. All right. This is a little bit of follow-up information to a prior presentation. At our August board meeting, Vice President Kelly requested a little additional information regarding our current custodial model. So I've gathered some of that information on the slide, then some of it will just be through comments, because otherwise it would be pretty long. I'm sorry, but my comments are going to be pretty long on this one. With regard to the staffing of custodians at our 5 traditional school sites, you can see that in September of 2022, we had 19 custodians and 1 vacancy. And this September for 2023, that vacancy has been filled, and we're presently staffed at 20 custodians for our traditional school sites. In looking at uncovered absences, meaning there was an absence of 4 hours or more, where there was no substitute custodian and no floater available. In September of 2022, there were 40 uncovered absences, and in September of 2023, there were 27. While there were more absences logged this September, 50 versus 42 in September of 2022, less of the absences were left uncovered. Last year, we had 95% of the absences which were uncovered, and this year we have 54% which were uncovered. So the data reflects that our current custodial model, which includes rovers and the use of substitute custodians, is providing some increased coverage to school sites when custodians are absent. I also want to note that the information provided on the slide does not mention the number of custodial positions beyond the 5 traditional sites, but those custodians do not cover absences. So earlier today, I received some explicit questions from Mr. Kaminsky, and I wanted to make sure that I provide additional information that's responsive to the questions that he posed. When as a team, we were in the process of developing the new custodial model and solicited input from our site leaders, the principals unanimously conveyed that they, with the custodians under their supervision, did not want site custodians to be pulled from their school and assigned to provide coverage at other sites, because this practice was very disruptive to the operation of their own school. So the increased percentage of coverage is directly related to the implementation of the new custodial model, which includes the roving custodians. So again, I want to be clear that the total absences listed do not include the custodians at the non-traditional sites. All the information regarding the number of staff and the number of absences is exclusive to the staffing at the 5 traditional school sites. And the total absences only include, again, the absences of 4 hours or more, since it's common for an employee to come in late or leave early or attend to a personal matter on short notice for a brief period of time that would not be covered by a rover or a substitute. September of 2022 had 21 workdays, and September 2023 had 20 workdays. So while we did lose staff for about 10% of their work time on average in September, that's roughly the average amount of sick or leave that custodians earn per month, and reflects a 90% attendance rate. So it's our belief at this time that the custodial coverage improved between September of 22 to September of 23 due to the scheduling primarily of the roving custodians. The non-traditional site custodians do not provide coverage to other sites. Instead, it's our roving, or we call them floating custodians. They provide coverage before we then attempt to secure a substitute. In fall of 2021, we had implemented 1 day and 1 evening roving custodian due to the lack of available substitutes. And as a result of the absences and vacancies in the evening positions, we then added a 3rd roving custodian in October of 2022. Roving custodians began the data being tracked and accounted for beginning in December of 2022. The implementation of the roving custodians was originally intended to provide some continuity of cleaning and operations at a time when sanitizing and disinfecting were a high concern over the health and safety of staff and students, and it was originally not intended to be a cost-saving measure, but instead the Rovers were brought in to increase our custodial staff and create less reliance on substitute custodians, because substitutes were, first of all, hard to get and not as effective or familiar with procedures and with our school sites. So with regard to attendance, this model that we currently have provides support to our custodial staff, especially the evening staff, in order to put our daytime custodians in a position to succeed and maintain the campuses clean and safe for the arrival of students. In the case that a roving custodian does not have an absence to fill, they are assigned by default to either JMS or to THS in order to support the needs there at those two schools. Their cleaning demands are higher because they are our two largest campuses. I also want to share that in the event a daytime custodian is asked to work additional hours at their school site to cover for an absence or a vacant position that was not recorded as a covered absence in the data on my slide, the number of covered absences detailed on the slides are specifically absences of 4 or more hours that were covered by a rover or by a substitute custodian. The additional hours authorized to be worked by custodian in the absence of a rover or substitute custodian allows for maintaining sites as clean and safe as possible, despite the very many challenges that we face with staffing and keeping everything clean and safe for the number of students that we serve. So currently, the district has 4 additional custodians that are not assigned to traditional school sites. We have 2 at the Tehachapi Education Center. We have 1 who is a bus driver custodian, and then we have 1 custodian who is assigned to district facilities, like cleaning the transportation office, maintenance office, et cetera. And then we have 4 roving custodians, 1 that's a daytime rover, 2 evening, and 1 halftime, which we just added in September of 2023. So there are currently 22 names listed as available site custodian substitutes, but these assignments are very challenging to get filled by the substitute desk and often require for us to make calls to try to see if we can get somebody to come in. So that is all of the additional information that I have to present on custodians and the data that's portrayed on the slide. So before I move on, just checking in.
First of all, thank you for the thorough response. Much more than I was expecting, but I appreciate it was, again, just got that today, so I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So, as the board knows, we have a self-evaluation process that we approved, and the survey will be done. We'll get the link from the superintendent, and then Dr. Yeo from CSBA will request a 30-minute phone interview with each trustee to be completed, and you see the dates there. Please arrange that as soon as possible. Only 2 of us have done it so far. And then she will take the survey and from our phone conversations, and there'll be a board workshop November 7th from 5 to 8.
Is that through Adelia, that we make the phone?
Yes.
Make the
Okay,
appointment.
all right.
Yeah, just ask for one of those times. I know 1:30 on the 1st is taken.
Okay.
Yes, Adalia or I can take your reservation, and then we'll work with the consultant to get you on her calendar so that the phone call can happen. And again, the survey, we'll send out the link to everybody. It should open on the 16th, and then you'll have that time frame from October 16th through October 30th to complete that evaluation tool, and also hopefully have your conversation with our consultant, and then we'll gather together again on the 7th. Okay, let's move on. Sipping with the Soup. Our most recent session of Sipping with the Soup was held last week. We had a very strong turnout, and I want to thank President Kaminsky and Clerk Wood, as well as Trustee Cooper, for joining me. I also want to thank the parents who attended and shared their input and feedback. Were very engaging conversations, and it's really nice to have the opportunity to speak face-to-face with our community. So our next Sipping with the Soup will be held on November 7th at Conan's from 7:30 to 10, and everybody is welcome to join in. We provide the coffee and the danishes, so please come by. Even if you only have a few minutes, stop by. We'd love to see you. All right, now we're down to our beautiful bulletin boards here that we have in the boardroom, and I'm going to invite Mrs. Bailey back up to the podium, and she's going to share with us, along with Mrs. Carr, some information about what's happening over at Golden Hills.
All right, thank you. Good evening again. We have so many good things going on at Golden Hills, but tonight we wanted to let you know about our site focus, which is building thinking classrooms. So as you know, in TUSD, we have a hedgehog focus. So that means we're really just trying to be like a hedgehog and focus on just a few priorities. So we have our district focus, which is explicit direct instruction and capturing kids' hearts. And then we have our site focus, which is building thinking classrooms. So you might be asking, why building thinking classrooms? Like, why is that your site focus? I'd love to answer. We chose building thinking classrooms because of a few reasons. One is staff buy-in. So our staff got exposed to this program or strategy framework, I should say, last year through some professional development with Mrs. Carr and when we were doing student engagement, and they really, really liked it. There was a lot of momentum around it. So, you know, when staff are excited about doing something and want to do something and it's beneficial for kids, then, you know, that's a really good reason. And then the next reason is to have students doing more thinking when learning. So we're going to give you a little bit of information and research about that in a bit, but we really want kids to be thinking. Another reason is balancing direct instruction with inquiry-based problem solving. We want to have a nice balance of both. Another reason is fostering collaboration, communication, creativity, and critical thinking in students. We want to have those 4 C's going on in the classroom. And finally, we want to maintain high levels of student engagement. We want our kids to be excited about learning and to be active participants in their own learning. So I'm going to turn it over to my fabulous, fantastic learning director, Jennifer Carr, and let her tell you more about it.
Thank you, Mrs. Bailey. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, members of the public. I'm very excited to be here to speak about the positive impact that building thinking classrooms is having on both our students and our staff. You may be wondering, what is building thinking classrooms? It's a framework and a practical guide that teachers can implement to engage students in critical thinking and problem solving. So this framework was first introduced to our staff through KCSOS Math, and we continued professional learning at our site last school year and have built on that this school year. This framework is built on 15 years of research by Dr. Peter Littedahl and his research team. So we're excited to tell you more about it. This framework is built on 14 teaching practices for enhancing learning and engaging students in thinking. We, as a site, focused on the first 3 of these practices, so the types of tasks we use as teachers, how we form collaborative groups of students, and where students work in the classroom. As I mentioned earlier, we started professional learning last year. We continued that in staff meetings this year. We've also engaged in collaborative lesson planning and Pump It Up, where teachers then take that lesson we've planned together, implement it in their classroom, and come back and debrief the next week. It's been very powerful. So the first practice is the type of tasks that we use, whether they are non-curricular tasks, scripted curricular tasks, or as-is curricular tasks. We're exploring different tasks for different purposes, and all of these tasks in the classroom are either tied to a content standard for the grade level or a practice, a standard for mathematical practice. Things like persevering and making sense of a problem, or modeling with mathematics, or constructing an argument or critiquing the thinking and reasoning of others. The second practice that we're looking at is how we form these collaborative groups. The text talks about grouping students in groups of 3. In the primary grades, we're experimenting with groups of 2 versus groups of 3, but what the researchers found was there was an increase in the amount of collaboration, the amount of thinking, and the amount of engagement in a group of 3. We're also experimenting and implementing random visible grouping. So as teachers, we're very intentional. We put so much thought into how we group students, who's going to support who's an English language learner, and there's so much thought that goes into that. But what the research of Dr. Littledahl shows is that when it's random, students break out of those expectations and stereotypes that we give them and are more willing to take risks and be creative with their problem solving. And we've noticed these in our classroom. For example, a kindergarten teacher did the random grouping. She was a little nervous, and one of the groups was her student who needed the most support academically, her student who needed the most support behaviorally, and another student who needed support behaviorally. And Mrs. Bailey and I happened to be in the classroom, and she thought, oh no, how's this going to go? We're actually the most creative and collaborative group, and I would have thought they were her most advanced mathematical students. So lots of cool things like that we get to see in the classroom. The next piece is where students work. So the text talks about vertical non-permanent surfaces. And one example is wipe books. So we were able to purchase a set of wipe books for each of the classrooms last year, and they have been put to work this year. It's been really exciting to see. On the next slide, you'll see some of the research from Dr. Littledahl's book. They looked at students in a math classroom working on that vertical whiteboard as opposed to a horizontal whiteboard, vertical paper, horizontal paper, and in a notebook. If we had more time, I would really give you time to notice and wonder, but what you may be seeing is that with the vertical whiteboard, students jump into the task more quickly. They're more willing to take risks because it is non-permanent. There was an increase in discussion, in eagerness, participation, persistence. I'll give you an example from one of our 5th grade classrooms in just a minute. And mobility, the idea of knowledge moving through the classroom and not just staying with 1 or 2 students. And then non-linearity, students were more creative with the way they approached a task. So we have some very touching and exciting photos. This first slide is from the photos are from our kindergarten and TK classrooms, and you'll see students. One of those groups is a group that the teacher went, oh no, when they got grouped together, and they did amazing things. They're looking at different combinations of 5. So there's some of our youngest mathematicians working together through building thinking classrooms. On the next slide, you'll see some of our upper grade classrooms. One of those, the top left corner, was a performance task, a very complex, rigorous task that students would see on state testing. The teacher texted us and let us know, oh no, this was the longest task that we've ever had. And I said, was it a good long or a bad long? She said, no, it was so good. The students did not want to give up. They persisted, they engaged in productive struggle, and that's what we want to build all year long. So by the time they get to the state test, they feel confident and they have the skills to engage in those tasks. And the next slide, you'll see our staff engaging in professional learning. Most of these were taken out of staff meetings, some of them were taken in Pump It Up. And not only has Building Thinking Classrooms positively impacted our students, we've seen a huge positive impact on our staff as well. The collaborative planning that they're engaging in, the book study that they're working on. We had approximately half of our certificated staff come to an optional book study on the text. And then it's really heartwarming to see the capacity that we're building. Very new teachers taking on leadership roles. It's just been really amazing to see a very positive impact. And I'm going to leave you and launch you with a quote from the text. The goal is to get more of your students thinking and thinking for longer periods of time. And in our role as educators, we are preparing students for a future where some careers and professions that they may work towards may not even exist yet. So how do we prepare students for that? And it's critical for us to foster that critical thinking, that creativity, the collaboration, and the communication in these students. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Did you have a comment, Mr. Kaminsky? Sorry. Okay, let's move on and talk about some upcoming dates. Just want to make sure that you are filled in on. Senior night for football is Friday, October 13th. We have JMS a home game for volleyball on Tuesday, October 17th. The start of Red Ribbon Week will be on Monday, the 23rd, and Thursday, October 19th. I don't know how my dates got out of order, but stuff happens. So October 19th, we have a Facilities Advisory Committee at 6 p.m. And on the 26th, a CTF, or Citizens Task Force meeting, also at 6 p.m. On Monday, the 30th, we're going to have our Red Ribbon competition judging, and I know some of you have volunteered to be judges, and we're looking forward to that. I know our police chief is joining us, and we have a few other community members that we've invited as well, so looking forward to that. And then on October 30th, Monday, JMS Spooktacular at 5 p.m. Thursday, November 2nd, is a family math night at Tompkins. And then, as I mentioned earlier, November 7th is Sipping with the Soup over at Conan's, as well as a board workshop that evening. And then our next regular board meeting is on Tuesday, November 14th. Okay, moving on. Hopefully you all got copies of our latest edition of School News Roll Call. We're excited to release the first edition for the 23-24 school year for the Tehachapi Unified School District, and the edition is now posted on our TUSD website, and I encourage everyone to take a peek at it and see what's happening throughout the district. And I believe that that concludes my update for this evening.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Larson Everson. Next item, TAT update.
Good evening. It's been a long night. Good evening, President Kaminsky, members of the board, Superintendent Larson Everson, and the public. My name is Val Bowman, and I'm the president of the Tehachapi Association of Teachers. Bright green leaves are rapidly changing to the beautiful autumn colors of orange, golden, brown. This, in other words, is the end of the first quarter. It ends on Friday. However, this is the start of bargaining between TAT and the district. The first meeting was last Thursday, and discussions were positive. The entire agreement is open this year, and more sessions are planned, and the hope is that communication will remain positive and strong. In the meanwhile, TAT, its members, and all represented, forgive me, this is almost my bedtime, so you have to forgive me. In the meanwhile, TAT, its members, and all represented continue with their daily duties, which is to provide quality education and services to each and every student in their care. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. CSEA update. PTO update. Warriors booster update. Mr. Costello.
Good evening, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to give you a little bit of an update from the boosters for this fall season. It's been a busy one. I want to actually, we've received several comments and thank yous from fans and to the boosters, and even in the district is for their advocacy for the facility improvements. I want to read a text. I got this just today, actually, from Matt Sturck. He's a counselor at THS. He's also a parent of a student athlete, and he said, and we read this at our booster meeting earlier this evening, but he said, as a THS employee, Warrior Booster member, and parent of a THS tennis player, I want to thank the Warrior Boosters for speaking up and getting the ball rolling to improve THS athletic facilities. THS tennis got to play on resurfaced courts this year with new windscreens. The parents, coaches, and players are very grateful for these much-needed improvements. What better way for the varsity girls team to say thank you than by winning league for the second year in a row with their victory over West High about 2 hours ago. The Lady Warriors varsity tennis team is back-to-back league champions. Thank you, Warrior Boosters, for support for our student athletes. So very nice and even better to find out that the girls' tennis team wins the first of several league championships here in the fall and then into the winter. So excited about that. Again, back to thanks to the district and the fans for working together on the facility updates. We continue to ensure that maintenance is prioritized, and we have got our facilities at a good spot, but we're right about standard now. So now it's time to look into the future and get our facilities beyond that to the modernization picture and where we're going to be in 5 and 10 years now that we're kind of at an acceptable level. So now to where do we go from here? The boosters have been very busy in the fall. We had some uniform purchases for girls basketball. The district's done a good job rotating uniforms, but girls basketball bought uniforms like 3 years ago, but they bought boys' cuts. They didn't realize they bought them. And if you notice, the girls' varsity basketball were rolling up shorts, they were rolling up sleeves, and so we helped them fund uniforms out of rotation. But these are correct fit girls style basketball uniforms, and we also had some purchases for boys and girls tennis. Girls tennis had a huge interest this year, more uniforms than they had, or more players than they had uniforms, so we were able to help them out with that as well. Big one that just kind of came in recently was we gifted an $8,000 automatic shooting machine to boys and girls basketball. These are the machines they set underneath the hoop. They've got a big net, a catch net on them. They can program this thing so the player can shoot once and then rotate over this way, and the machine rotates and shoots the ball over to them. So it's an automated machine. They're pretty standard these days, but they're not cheap. And we got the Cadillac model, and this one is being put to good use in preseason stuff right now. But it's a great training aid for our student athletes. So we're excited to come up with that purchase. And part of that, we had a lot of sponsor generosity this year. It's given us our best corporate year ever with over $30,000 in corporate sponsorships this year alone. The success we've had in leveraging donations into tangible gifts and things that our student athletes need to our programs has really, it's allowed us to get unsolicited gifts now. We're getting emails from companies that have already donated once saying, we're going to donate again. Clearway Energy did that recently. They were a $5,000 top of the heap corporate sponsor, and they said they wanted to donate $5,000 again, just because they're happy with the way their money's being spent. So we're getting these emails and these unsolicited donations, and it's very good to know that they're seeing the work that's being done by our club and for our student athletes. We've got a very interesting raffle going on right now, our beef raffle. We were gifted a side of beef by a sponsor, Progression Drywall and Excel Select Builders. They accidentally bought too many at the fair, the AV fair, and so they said, what better way to raise money for wrestling than to give half the steer to the Booster Club, and we're selling raffle tickets. We've sold over $5,000 worth of tickets. We're hoping to double that up by the end of the week. We're going to draw the number at Thursday's football game at halftime. You don't have to be present to win, but the meat will actually be delivered Thursday, so if you're at the game and you win, you can actually take it home with you because we'll have it on site. So very excited about that fundraiser. It's a quick turnaround, but we're able to generate some funds for the wrestling program. We also are preparing right now to purchase scoreboards for baseball and softball for the coming season. Sponsors and donors have stepped up to make those a reality, thanks to a lot of private donors and corporate partners like Clearway, Martin Marietta, and for their substantial support in those projects. It's going to be a big game changer for softball to have a scoreboard, and for baseball to have one located where you can actually see it from the stands and not down the left field line. So it's a beautiful board, and a lot of donors have made that possible. Our football games have become huge fundraisers for several sports, including baseball, softball, girls and boys basketball, and wrestling. They work in the snack bar. They help with other setup and tear down duties. And so the football games are super important, not just for the football team and the ASB for the gate revenue, but kids go to work and then they help raise money for their own programs. So when they come back and have an ask of the Booster Club, we credit them with money that they've sort of earned with their help supporting their fellow student athletes. So excited that's working out. And very proud of the fact that we had 2 student athletes named Homecoming King and Queen this year. Just goes to show the impact they have on campus. It reiterates the need for organizations like ours to support them. They have a lot of influence among their students, and we're helping to train the future leaders. So very proud of Carson Tywater and Kennedy Perkins for being a homecoming king and queen, 2 student athletes, multiple sport athletes at THS. So we were very proud of that. So thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. If not, I'll get out of your hair.
I just have a comment. I was at the Arvin game, and I liked the short little ads you had between plays.
Well, it's funny, I've been doing those for 2 years, but no one could hear them until this year.
Oh, yeah.
Because the sound system is as clean as can be now. So, yes, those are very important to the sponsors. And actually, the last home game, we had the first time a varsity referee wore the microphone pack, which was great, considering East must have committed 45 penalties. And so to allow the referee to make the explanation instead of me in the booth was phenomenal. It sounded great, and the fans were really happy to have really an NFL feel where the guy turns a mic on and calls the penalty and calls the player out and all that good stuff.
I have to comment on that. On occasion, it was only Frontier High School that I had to ever use that. And I learned from other referees, gosh, I think the batteries are out. Just trying to get out of it.
Yeah, exactly. No, we've actually got a system now where we replace the batteries between games, so we can make sure there's plenty of battery. But it was fans were really happy about that addition.
Very good.
It's up to the referee if they want to use it or not. Some are not comfortable, but our white hat the last couple of games.
It's more they leave it on and something inadvertent gets said.
They had that happen, but actually they were chatting about a dual catch on a long pass, and he turned the mic on too early, and the refs came in and said, "I got dual possession." Okay, that goes to the offense. So you heard them actually making a decision together, so it was really cool. So
Cool.
anyway,
Very good.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you very much.
Board communications. Trustee Cooper?
What, you want me to tell that I helped break in the new toys over at the
I was hoping you'd say
playground?
something
Yes. A young man named Daniel and I were the first ones to get out there and test them out, and they are great.
And you almost gave somebody a haircut.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Anyone else? I was there as well, and Dr. Porter, I appreciated the refreshments. It was funny how when the ribbon was cut, the kids just swarmed, but not through the balloons, but the shortest distance to the equipment. And they were just so excited. It was great to see. I want to make one more comment. I already warned the superintendent, and she feels the same way about it. And let me, so we all get the CSBA bulletin every day in our email, and Governor Newsom, a couple days ago, signed a bill that I'm reading this, will ban willful defiance suspensions for middle and high school students who demonstrate bad behavior, including breaking the dress code, talking back to a teacher, or using their phone in class. He signed Senate Bill 274, which will also prohibit the suspension and expulsion of students due to tardiness or truancy, which really doesn't apply. No one's ever done that, at least in this district. And then it says educators can still suspend students for more severe actions such as physical violence, possession of use of drugs, theft or bullying, etc. I don't know if the governor, I'm trying to keep my sarcasm down because it really upsets me that it's going to take physical violence to a teacher or staff member in the classroom to get a student suspended when they willfully defy a directive from a teacher or a classified person. I don't think he realizes there's a shortage of teachers. This isn't going to help at all. And I'm extremely disappointed. And it passed, well, I won't go into it. I'm getting worked up. But I just want the teachers and classified staff to know that, speaking for myself, not the board, that I am totally against this bill. But it's the law, and as a elected member of the school board, I took an oath to follow the law, and I unfortunately will have to. That's all. Public comments. Public comments will be allowed. I've already read this once, but I'll repeat it. The board president will recognize any member of the audience wishing to speak on items not on the agenda but directly related to school business. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, the board may limit comments to no more than 3 minutes per person. Public comment will also be allowed on each specific item prior to board action. The president may allot time to those wishing to speak, but no action will be taken on matters presented, and no discussion of non-agenda items will occur. If appropriate, the president or any member of the board may direct that the matter be referred to the superintendent's office for placement on a future agenda. We have two. Gail Purdy.
Thank you. Good evening to members of the board and Superintendent Larson Everson. I think the other person is Riley, and she was a student, and I think she left. But anyway, I want to welcome the government class. I'm glad they were here. I got a chance to speak to Riley and tell her how important it is for her to speak to the board about things that are good and things that could use improvement. And she wrote something up but had to leave. And then I spoke to the other gentleman next to me, and he wants to go into logistics and go to Michigan, University of Michigan. And we spoke about some of my history, and I worked in manufacturing before I became a nurse. But anyway, I also told Miss Riley about how important it is to let you know the good things and not so good things. I also want to give a commendation to Kendra Bailey for her smooth, considerate, thoughtful approach to government with strength and courage. She has a way of turning a challenging situation into a friendly one. She diffuses the volatile and elicits cooperation among all participating in any discussion. What begins as a confrontation ends in collaboration. I can only say that it originates from the purposeful leadership of Superintendent Larson Everson. To say I am personally appreciative would discount many people impacted positively by her direction. And to add to the above, my gratitude for the successful conclusion of negotiations for the new contract for classified employees. And I'd like to have a hooray for Superintendent and for Kendra Bailey. Thank you. Hooray!
So Riley would be next, but as Ms. Purdy said, she had to leave. Any other public comments? Consent agenda. In order to promote efficient meetings, the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together by a single vote through the use of a consent agenda. Consent items shall be items of a routine nature and items for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. When any board member requests the removal of an item from the consent agenda, the item shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Is there any trustee that wishes to remove an item?
I don't have an item to remove, but I just want to make sure, because my wife's name is mentioned 3 separate times in the personnel report, so I just want to make sure that we're good, that I don't need to recuse myself.
No, you do not.
Thank you.
No, you do not.
Anyone else? All right. It's been recommended the board approve the consent agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
Kelly, I make the motion.
A second?
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Trustee Cooper that the board approve the consent agenda as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Come on. My cursor doesn't want to play. Superintendent, approval of Exhibit 1113-E1, district and school websites. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Based on the written recommendations from the California School Boards Association, the below listed policy, which you listed as Exhibit 1113-E1, has recommended revisions and is submitted by our district administrative team for board approval. This exhibit was presented to the board as an information item at the September 12th regular board meeting. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion for the board to approve Exhibit 1113-E1, district and school websites as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood, that the board approve the the exhibit as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Business, Mr. Intezari.
Do I just start?
There we go. Approval of declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete at Tompkins.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. Tompkins Elementary School is looking to declare surplus aged kinder tricycles and weathered picnic tables. We seek your approval to declare surplus and properly dispose of them.
Yeah, I think some of those tricycles my wife rode when she was in kindergarten. Hope she doesn't listen to the recording. Any questions or comments from the board, other than that one? All right. Do I have a motion to approve declaring the certain district property as surplus obsolete at Tompkins as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood, that the board approved declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete at Tompkins. It's a roll call vote. Ms. Amaker?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. That's got to be your shortest. Mrs. Paxton, Instructional Services. First item is Williams Complaint Quarterly Report.
All right, California Code of Regulations, Title 5, Sections 4600 through 4687 require a Williams complaint report to be provided to the board on a quarterly basis. There was one Williams complaint filed regarding facilities conditions at Golden Hills Elementary, and that has been resolved.
Okay. Thank you. My computer's, oh, there we go. Item 2, information item, request for secondary extended field learning experiences.
Okay, we have 2 field trip requests. All field trips which extend 100 miles or more beyond the boundaries of the district must be approved by the superintendent. And we have 2 requests from Tehachapi High School. The first one is CTE classes are scheduled to tour the Broad Museum in Los Angeles on March 14th. And then Tehachapi High School CTE classes are scheduled to tour the U.S. Borax Museum, part of the Rio Tinto Visitor Center in Boron on March 19th.
Any questions or comments from the board? Number 3, first read, revision to English Learner Master Plan.
All right. The English Learner Master Plan is revised annually to reflect changes to the LPAC testing platform and from collaborative conversations with staff and parents that were identified as a barrier to students. In previous years, districts had flexibility in selecting alternative assessments to measure English proficiency levels for students who are not able to complete the summative LPAC testing. However, districts are all now required to use the alternate LPAC with students who are unable to complete the summative LPAC. The 23-24 English Learner Master Plan reflects this change in the reclassification criteria. Additionally, TUSD is no longer using the program FastBridge, and all references have been removed from the English Learner Master Plan. TUSD is now utilizing the program iReady on all campuses.
Thank you, it's a long time coming. Item 4, approval of adoption of Art 1, 2, and 3 textbooks.
The teaching staff of Tehachapi High School has reviewed and recommends the following textbooks for adoption. Exploring Visual Design by publisher Davis Publication and authors Joseph Gatto and Albert W. Porter and Jack Selleck. And also The Visual Experience by publisher Davis Publication and authors Emily Jean Hood and Joe Fusaro. The board previously approved the 30-day public review of these textbooks on August 8th, 2023. The 30-day review has now passed and there have been no opposing public comments. The proposed curriculum was presented to the Citizens Task Force on August 24th, 2023. Citizens Task Force did vote to recommend the adoption of the Arts 1, 2, and 3 textbooks for Tehachapi High School to the governing board.
Any questions or comments from the board? Need a motion to, for the board to approve the adoption of Ceramics 1 and 2 textbooks and the adoption of Art 1, 2, and 3 textbooks as presented. I have a motion.
Kelly, make the motion.
A second.
This motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approve the adoption of the textbooks as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, the regular meeting is adjourned to hold a public hearing to obtain public input regarding the adoption of resolution number 01 OCT 23 at 8:39. Are there any public comments? Oops. Any other discussion from the board? Hearing none, I'm adjourning the public hearing at 8:40 and reopening the regular meeting. Okay. Resolution. Adoption of resolution number 01 OCT 23, sufficiency of instructional materials. Mrs. Paxton.
Pursuant to Education Code Section 60119 and AB 831, the governing board shall hold a public hearing regarding the sufficiency of instructional materials and shall make a determination through resolution as to whether each pupil in each school in the school district has a sufficient textbook or instructional materials, or both, that are aligned to the content standards adopted.
And I suppose I have to read the resolution.
You don't have to read it because it's
Thank
attached
you.
to the agenda, so there's public access.
I just want to make sure. Thank you. Do I have a motion to, for the board to approve or adopt resolution number 01 OCT 23, sufficiency of instructional materials as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper, that the board adopt resolution number 01 OCT 23 as presented. It's a roll call vote. Mrs. Amaker.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Item 14, future items. Any board member wish to bring up a future item for consideration? Trustee Napier?
I have one. Back on, let me get my notes here, back on around October 3rd, I received an email from one of the high school counselors regarding the third-year science requirements. I spoke with President Kaminsky. He said he also received, I'm assuming probably the exact email I received. If I'm not mistaken, I think the superintendent received it as well. But I would like to have this looked at a minimum, brought back to the board for a presentation to help us understand. There's some items in the email that are, I think are worth noting as a board, that we can re-look at this again. So yeah, I can submit something to you, President Kaminsky, as a formal request, as we normally do, but I just want to bring that up. I don't think there's a massive time crunch here. It could be something that you and the superintendent work together to find the appropriate meeting, maybe not a meeting like today, that would be a little lengthy for that, but within that request, I would like to have Mr. Stirk himself here to maybe kind of discuss what he's, him and the other counselors are the experts here, so I would like to hear from them in that process as well, so
Okay.
I'll lay that out within the request.
Yeah, and I mean, your request is noted on the record, so, I mean, enough said for me. I don't need you to submit anything further unless you desire to do so.
No, that sounds
And
good.
I'm
That saves
completely in
me.
agreement.
Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you, Trustee Napier. Anyone else? I'd like to add, I don't know when the last time a staffing evaluation was done by, I don't think that's the right term, by CASBO. That's the California Association of School Business Officials. A lot of hiring going on. I just want to, and I'm always conservative about making sure we're not overstaffed in case, and here's what I'm worried about, downturn in the economy. I know the last few budgets have looked very good. We have grants but having gone through, and I've said this before, going through furloughs, I'd just like to know how we're situated, if we're low in places, high in places, what have you. It hasn't been done for a while. And with that, let's go to item 15, lunch.
So this evening, we have the talented and wonderful Miss Terry Boston, who is our first best instructional coach in instructional services, and she is our launchist this evening.
Thank you for those kind words, Ms. Stacy Larson Everson. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Paul Kaminsky. Thank you, Tracy Kelly. Thank you, Tyler Napier. Thank you, Wayne Cooper. I'm Terry Boston. And we just concluded third grade camp, and so we were out at Mountain Park with all of the trees. We explored, looked at the oak trees, the pine trees, the black oak trees, and so also if we head further north, we have our sequoia trees. So I bring that up because we all love the spectacular beauty of our sequoia trees. They're the tallest sequoias that reach over 300 feet, and they have a circumference of over 100 feet. And it's not just their size that is inspiring, but it's also their longevity. The oldest living sequoia is 3,300 years old. Not even fire, disease, fungi, insects, windstorms, or flooding can destroy them. How can this possibly be? Thank you for asking me. How can these trees live thousands of years against all these odds? Well, one of the most fascinating things about these trees is their root system. As trees grow, the roots spread far and wide, sometimes 200 to 300 feet in every direction, but not deep. Sequoias never develop a deep or permanent taproot. Their entire root system is generally only about 6 feet below the surface of the earth. And I find that pretty amazing. Only 6 feet deep, yet sustains a tree over 300 feet tall. Okay, so as their roots grow, they begin to intertwine with the roots of the trees around them, creating a solid foundation together to withstand what would destroy other living plants. Together as a forest, they defeat storms, fire, floods, and disease. The roots, not because they're deep, but because they are woven together, allow these trees to live thousands of years and to grow into incredible heights. So I want us to think about our district and bring it back to us. Do we have storms? We sure do. We've faced many together, and we do have battles that we're fighting every day. And we certainly have adversity, and we face those head on. But if we're to succeed, like the sequoias, if we're to overcome, like our sequoia trees, and if we're to reach exponential heights, It's going to take every one of us. Because alone, we're not going to stand a chance, but woven together, we do. There's no storm that we can't push through, and every one of us is fundamental to the survival. So from the boardroom here, from all of us behind me, to our bus drivers as well, and our custodians. So the more that we value our roots, the more connected we are. And the stronger and sturdier we'll be, just like our sequoia trees at 300 feet tall and with a circumference of over 100 feet. There's our lunch, yay!
Thank you, Mrs. Boston.
Thank you so much.
Item 16, public comments for closed session. In closed session, we have the first item will be what I moved from the beginning. Conduct student discipline discussions relating to expulsion of a pupil, Education Code Section 35146. The Education Code requires closed session in these cases to prevent disclosure of confidential student information unless a timely request for open session discussion is received from the pupil. Student case 2023-2024, number 2. There it is. Conference with legal counsel at anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, one potential case. Number 2 on the agenda, but it's number 3. Conference with real property negotiators, property parcel APN number 417-020-07-0. Property owner Valencia Pacific Incorporated. The described property parcel is adjacent to Tompkins Elementary on Pinion Street in Tehachapi, California. Under negotiation, potential price and terms for purchase. Item 3 on the agenda, but it's now number 4, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code 54957.6. Subdivision A, agency designated representative Stacy Larson Everson, superintendent, chief business officer Hojat Intizari, and Candace Bedoyan, DWK legal counsel, employee organizations, Tehachapi Association of Teachers, and California Schools Employee Association, and its chapter number 466. Number 4 on the agenda was exactly number 5, Public Employment Governance Code 54957, request for unpaid leave of absence, classified employee number 5927. And then number 5 on the agenda, but now number 6, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Superintendent. So we are adjourning to closed session at 8:51. We are reconvening the board meeting, regular board meeting at 10:58. Of the 6 closed session items, there is one that we are reporting out on. That is item 17.4, Public Employment Governance Code 54957, request for an extended unpaid leave of absence, classified employee 5927. The motion was made by trustee Napier and seconded by trustee Kaminsky to approve the request. And it's a roll call vote.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Trustee Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. The request is granted. Item 20, adjournment. There being no further business to come before the board, the meeting was adjourned at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.